Are we ready? Finally, I know I am. So whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Wednesday edition of the stream. I'm really tired today. I didn't get much sleep last night, unfortunately. So I'm going to do my very, very best to stay on task and not get too distracted. It may have to be a focused day. I'm, like I said, doing my best. I'm just taking it as it comes. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Javine, welcome. One person. River the Links, Sneaky Pops are still labeled as the most recent subscriber and follower, which can't be right. So maybe I'll see if I can fix that right now in our overlay. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, I think I might be able to make this work. Oh, that might have been there for ages. One sec. Yeah, I think I can solve this. This comes from stream labels. Which I don't have on at the moment. That might have been there for ages. Jesus. That might have been there for like 3 weeks, sitting like that, and I only just noticed. I've been sitting here saying thank you for 3 weeks. I hope that's not the case, but no promises. All right. Let me see if I got this right. Bonjour, Magnus. Yeah, the PC's fine. It's just me being a doof. One sec. That's very loud, isn't it? Yeah, just minor technical. Minor technical things. Did it work? Invalid code? I don't even know what that means. Well, what's really important is did the labels change? Let me see. They did change, which means it is working. Okay, well, that's good enough for me. I don't care if it looks like it knows what it's doing or not. All right. Thank you so much, Mecha Maniac, for the most recent follow, and Lazy Guru for the most recent subscription. It's 50 subs later. It's like, that was off by a lot. All right, well, I'm glad I got it working. I'm gonna have to try to make that work a little bit better. But thank you, everybody. Okay, well, I've got so much to do today, and I only have about 4 hours to do it in, so I'm going to do my very, very best to get it there. Internet is back. Hey, ResChess. Sorry about that. We had a bit of technical issues before trying to get started on the stream. Yeah, it's terrible. Global internet. It's Elon. He's doing it. Not that I'm using Starlink, but I feel like it's still his fault. You can blame him on everything now. Hey, Tracy Lynn in YouTube chat. Tracy says, hey, Adam, started watching your YouTube videos a few weeks ago and I've learned so much already. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for watching. All right. Your hair makes you look godly. Oh, wow. That's a high standard to hold me to. But welcome. Welcome, welcome. All right. Pixel art Jesus. My ego can only take so much, pals. Back it up, back it up. All right. I have to do one in the evening. Oh, all good. Okay, so I've got some team meetings we can do. We should touch base now rather than leaving it if I've not if you we're back, McKinnell, welcome. All right, so I just had to reset my router. It was playing up. I had done a soft reset, but I did a hard reset after. Software reset, not just power cycling it. All right, so since yesterday I went to a game dev meetup and I had a decent time. I was feeling a little bit the last 2 times I've been, I've felt a little bit empty when I go. There's a subtle, like, I'm finding it. Oh, I'm getting a call on Messenger. That's from somebody who I don't anticipate to be calling me. So I'm assuming that's a butt dial. But maybe I should take it anyway. Give me a sec. Whoa, that was a real call. That was a business call. You didn't hear any of that, I trust. But I have to produce an asset very quickly. Hey, 1 second. Hey, Luca. I'm just gonna have to jump off, and I'll get back to you if that's all right. Maybe like 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. I'll be around.
All right, I'll be back. Oh man, I'm not in charge of my life at all right now. I'm a busy boy. All right, let me see what I've got here. I've got it. So someone from Screen New South Wales is asking for assets. They want to see stuff of the game. So yeah, I mean, I think they already have what I would send them. But let me see if I can quickly send anything. All right, one sec. I gotta write an email. Sorry, pals, I can't show you this, but okay. Hey, Oops All Mayors, thank you so much. All Mars, Oops All Mars, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, I think I'm good now. I can close my mail app and you don't have to see any of that. And that's all good. So now I can go back here. Now we can jump onto our call that we were going to have. Oh, the camera's fixed. Huh. Oh, that's great. Okay. Jumping in. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, dude, I'm having such a scattered day today. It's not easy for me. So if I'm not being coherent with you, or if I'm interrupting too much, please forgive.
I understand. No worries
Awesome.
at all.
That devastating Street Fighter loss has been rocking me to my core since last night. No,
Oh no.
no, no,
You've
no,
been
no,
practicing all night.
no, no, no,
No
not at
sleep.
all. No, I'm just joking. That's
All
literally a
right.
joke only you would get. Okay,
Mhm.
so let's talk about quest stuff and next steps, I think.
Okay.
All right. So, where we left it last time, I think it was looking like pretty good. I will need to allocate time for the assets to be produced. That was kind of the one thing that stuck out to me at the end of last night. I can't remember where I wrote it down, but I was like, oh, we need to do assets for... Let me try to find it again.
Like the rings and
Yeah, the rings and stuff. I did work on the equip menu, so you should be able to see the rings and stuff in there now and select them. Where have I put this file? Man, I'm so bad at this. There we go. What did I write? Literally no idea where I put this note, but I wrote a note about what I needed to do next.
Something else was you wanted me to think about if we wanted to add any animations to the NPCs for the quest.
That's right, yeah.
but-
There actually are some animations that I've already got kind of prepped for the traveling band. So Morgan's been doing those. We've got them waiting around, and then them cheering at the end. But I noticed we've got the breadman's carriage for the transport. I actually think that's probably fine, like using his. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I might redo it to make it a little less full of bread in the carriage, but
Well, the only issue I saw with that is initially when you see it, it's a collision you can't get through. So it's kind of a mixed signal when you see it.
Yeah. It's a good point. Maybe I'll have like a smaller carriage, or it feels a bit weird to have two different kinds of carriages in chapter 1 asset wise. But maybe I'll just come up with like a different thing,
or a different reason. Or something to do with the carriage that's causing the blockage initially. I don't know though.
It could be in... I'm just thinking about some things, but I don't want to create too much work for myself. I was like, what if the breadman carriage in chapter 1 is like, on day 1 is like fallen over and there's bread everywhere? But that's a bit weird.
The wheel's broken.
It's twice. It's just, there's like one rock that's just breaking all the wheels. Okay, I think what other modes of transport could they be taking? I mean, it's pretty much.
But maybe
just
it doesn't matter that
horse and
much. Maybe
carriages.
it's okay to have it again.
Well, this will be optional, so it doesn't have to block us, and it can be the same. I think it would be funnier if it's the same carriage. It just happens to not be in the way. We can push it into the background of the scene a little bit, or have it off to the side.
Maybe it's not in front of the town. It's in the next scene over. So in that
Potentially,
scene, you're zoomed out more, so it doesn't seem like it's impeding your movement.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, and I can put it on a layer that's not on the, like, behind the grass layer, so it's a little bit like down the hip, like into the background in its appearance.
Yeah, I think that works.
Yeah, and then, I mean, maybe it would be good to have. I mean, if the wheel was actually like missing or something, that might be nice. But I kind of don't want to put. Let's mock it up first, and we'll see how we go.
Okay.
Would you be comfortable doing that? Oh, well, you've kind of already done it, I guess.
Well, with the quest, that quest line, I don't know. I just put that together. It was a bit of this, silly fun dialogue that I put.
Yeah, the dialogue I can get back to that for sure. That's no problem.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be the wheel. It could be, I don't know, like the horseshoe we spoke about. Maybe that would make more sense and more thematic to blacksmithing as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't want to have you like well, I'm just trying to think about that sequence, that sprite, and whether or not I'm happy with it even as it is. I think it's from memory it's a little bit odd, but I don't have that much time today to clean it up, and I don't want you iterating on it if it's not in the direction that I want to take it. Like the horse is like a little bit chunky, and it was a little on purpose, but at the same time I don't know, it's not. I have to review it. Let me have a look.
It's just like one of your original works from years ago, I guess.
Yeah, it's from like 2017.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if it could use a recolor with the new palette, maybe that's worth doing. Minimal effort thing.
Look, it's not. Now that I'm looking at it, it's not bad. I might just update the horse to not be quite so. The horse looks like a luchador. I might fix that up a little bit, and the wheels I'm not super happy with. They're a bit egg-shaped, but I mean, if you want to do that, then yeah. How about we try? How about we? I'll leave it with you. Actually, I think I think it's good enough. In my mind, it was like terrible, but actually, it's not so bad. So what I'll do is let you just do like right now. The animation is pretty minor, and it's on layers. So if it's just a color swap, and then if you want to update the horse a little, you can do like a little bit of a squash and stretch later. Like you don't have to animate it frame by frame. What's the word? If you were to change the anatomy, you could then do the animation easily with a squash and stretch without having to touch every frame. You know what I mean? Like you take frame 1, recolor it, readjust it, delete all the following frames, and then recreate those frames by duplicating them and then squash and stretch them. That's how I would have created that in the first place.
Okay. And you would have adjusted it after you squashed and stretched?
I don't even know if I did, to be honest with you. I think I literally just, or maybe, yeah, like I literally just used the tool and just, you know, pushed it out a pixel and down a pixel. And it just sort of worked. But
it does.
You can have a look if you want. If you want to like heal it afterwards to fix it, if any major things happen.
Yeah, just minor things. Yeah.
I'm not in love with it at the moment. I think because it's a bit halfway design-wise, like it doesn't. In my mind, I was like, I'll make him fat because he eats bread all the time. But now it's like it doesn't really look like that. It just looks like I can't draw a horse. So I think better to simplify and just make it look like a normal horse than to, you know, try to make it too deep.
Are there any other horses in the game?
There are actually, but the other horse is a different breed, and it's a bit more lean. It's like an Arabian style horse. It's also not as well. That's not a bad shot here. Are you looking for like a reference?
Yeah, I guess that'll be.
There's one more.
That's a more slender one. Yeah.
There's one more. This one's a bigger horse too. This is like that. Maybe that's more like what we should be going for. I think I should have made this even bigger. Maybe we'll use this one for the carriage, and I can make this guy's horse even more like the prince from Aladdin. You know it's got the curly hair and it's got the big proportions. So maybe you can find this. This is Ilia horseback. It might not be in the project, but Tiberius horseback definitely is. So if you want to use as a ref, that might be good enough.
Oh yeah, Ilia horseback's there, and Tiberius horseback. Okay. Do you want me to recolor it as well to match? I guess.
Yeah. You can make it this bread color, or white or whatever. And happy for you to re-palette this. It should be pretty straightforward. If you have any issues, let me know.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can always put the bread in a separate layer if it isn't already. Yeah. All right. Sounds.
There was something else.
Oh, sorry.
As far as the animation, like to show that the horse's shoe, let's say it's a horseshoe, like maybe we should have I don't know how you would animate it to make it look like the horse was missing a shoe. Someone in chat says it could be an ox. Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't even thought about bovine animals in this world.
It's like bread and dairy.
Yeah, I mean, it could be an ox.
Or just a cow.
Yeah.
Farm cow.
But they don't really have horseshoes, do they? Let's go with the horse for now.
Yeah,
and
all right.
Let's, I don't know, maybe I should do a frame of its front hoof lifted.
Yeah, maybe it's just lifting it,
and looking down at it a little bit, like it's a bit upset that it can't use the foot.
Yeah, in a bit of distress.
Something like that.
His right foot.
Yeah, the closest. Well, the front. Oh yeah, right foot. Sure, front right. So our leftmost one. This one.
Oh, either one. I was just
that
joking.
one or this one. Oh, because of the wheel thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that works for me. Do you want me to? I mean, I can send you a blocked out frame if that helps, or if you're happy to just go for it, I'll let you try it.
Yeah, I can go for it. I'll let you get on with what you need to do.
Okay. Awesome.
Let's see how I go. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Luca.
No worries.
Cool.
Chat later.
Okay, we'll chat later, and we'll do some more. Once I've got, it might not be today, but once I've got some more of the, well, I'm trying to think about what the next step is. It's not actually a bottleneck for you, for me to engineer the effects on the rings. That's just a separate task I guess I have. But we should be thinking about placement. I guess we've already done that, but actually getting it in the game. So where do we put the wheat? Where do we put the ore? Is it ore or is it something else?
Yeah, that stuff is. I just made it wheat because that was just an item I could remember. It kind of fits with gluttony and the bread thing. But it could be anything.
Yep. All right, we'll come back to that. I'll let you do this first.
Okay, no worries.
All right, thanks, Luca.
All right, bye.
See ya. Okay. I have so much stuff to do. My brain is I haven't slept enough today to be very sharp with what I'm doing. There was something that I wanted to say. One was, thank you, Danger BK, for the resub. Thank you. Greymouth, thanks for the follow. Earthly Darkness, thank you for the follow. Question about Dev from Static Gamer G. How do you pay sprite artists in general if you're paying out of pocket? Do you do one lump payment or contract over time? Currently, I have grant funding. So that grant funding, it's not necessarily out of pocket. It's been awarded to me to pay them. If I didn't have them, I'd be doing it myself because I do it myself, obviously. In general, paying a sprite artist, I would say the way that you should do it is contract based on deliverables. So you say, I have these things that I need done, A, B, C. We'll pay this much up front, this much at halfway, or this much at the end, or whatever you want to do. And it's based on them delivering the work. Paying hourly is not great. If they want to budget it hourly, if they want to invoice you, if they want to quote you based on what they think the hourly rate is, that's fine. But you should agree on a price first and then just pay them the price when they deliver the work. I don't think it would be a good idea to hire them indefinitely for like unless you're going to employ them, hourly is not probably it's not the best way to do it. So if they say, hey, I do like, 10 animation frames for $100 or $200, and you have 20 frames, and they say, okay, that's $200, then the payment basis would be on delivery of the 20 frames, you pay them $200. That's how I would do it. Hey, Giovanni, thank you so much. Okay. That's probably the most straightforward, clean way of doing contracts. Okay, this I don't have to have in here. This is fine. This is nothing. This is good. Hey, Pagzada, thank you so much for the sub. Am I using Sprite? I am. Now, I've got tasks to do today that might be actually a little bit spoiler territory. So hang on a second. This is meeting with Luca. This took a bit longer than I had hoped. This is music feedback. Okay. So my tasks are, one is record gameplay footage. That's the first one. That shouldn't take me more than an hour. The next one is fix cut scenes in and around Athenium boss fight. It's really important. And then finally, it's get quests in the game. Not sure. I should take these off of this. So this actually is that. But there's also one of implement new accessories. This we actually did today. That was this meeting. Research and a boss fight music. I mean, that's no longer super relevant, I think. Theme level review, polish crucible. That's still really important stuff. Onboarding sequence. Yeah, that's important too. Tune Harriet fight. This is really what I'm doing later. Actually, no, it's not. This is the sequences. This is the fight itself. All right. Oh, and then pitch deck as well. Man, it's like I do not have any time to do anything. All right, we got to record some gameplay footage. I don't want to show you what I'm doing right now. Hey, Twack God, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Love your content. Your pixel art tutorials have helped me grow my skills. Best of luck with your INSIGNIA. Thank you. Hey, Booyah. I literally can't show you the stuff that I'm working on, and it's so good. It's so good for the trailer, but I shouldn't show you it. But it's right here, and I need to show you based on, like, because I need to edit around it. How about I do something a little bit? I can do something here that's like. Maybe I'll blur them. got to do so many things. Okay. Let's... I can't be in that document. I can't be in it. It'll give away too much. All right. Tell me. Is that too much of a spoil? It's not too much, is it? It's okay. They're just environments. They could be anything, right? Hey, Sage, thank you so much. No, Saga Sage. I see trees, my experience is ruined. I was hoping I would avoid that. How can you tell those are trees? All right. I'll unblur them just a little bit more. Okay. So I need to record gameplay for this. And I need the shots. Oh, man, I've kind of done this before, but I guess I have to do it again. It's really tough. You know what? It's not supposed to be perfect. But if it's not supposed to be perfect, then I've already got the shots. That's what's weird about this. Like, I've already done this exercise before. So what am I doing? Maybe I'll do a run through. I can skip it. There you go. I think what I'll do is I will do a bit of a run through, and I'll turn the UI off if I can while I'm doing it. In fact, it's already off. Just to have that footage for screenshots, because I got to take screenshots of other things. So it's not ideal, but I'm going to do my best. So this is the camera rig. Oh man, I'm getting anxious about it. I think what I want to do is put the easiest thing to do right now is to go into the game engine, go to the sword HUD, and then just do the entire HUD container and put it on the do not render layer. Change the children. Actually, oh, I gotta be careful there. That's UI, that's UI, that's UI. And then everything underneath it is also UI. So as long as I set them back to UI later, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, that's good to know. So, do I have anything in Git that I need to keep? No. Okay, so I can do this right now. What's the issue? I'm just anxious about doing it because I'm concerned about the quality of what I'm looking at and whether or not I'll have to re-record it later if I do any changes to this stuff, which I am going to do. You know what I mean? So this will be do not render, and then yes, change children, and then back up, press play. So I should be able to still see. What I want to see is for the camera to render everything. Just Just want to make sure that works. Oh, that wasn't right. Yeah, it's not rendering anything. Oh, I know where that is. That's here, and it's the primary mask. Revert that. Okay, now I go here. I should still see the S. What do you think? Should I show, if I'm in a trailer, should you see that S? Like, do you want to see? Maybe we shouldn't show the input buttons. If I take triggers off, it won't show them, but it'll still play the game normally. I think this is how we should record it, just like this. And then might be nice just for Armin in this shot. To pixel perfect him. And then check my video settings. How far would it be percentage-wise? I don't know. 60? It's hard to say. More? In terms of my development cycle, we're more like 80% through. But in terms of just the content in the game, more like 40. Like that little pop in there is really gonna annoy me. And like little things like the tearing over here, that's no good. I need to adjust that, right? Surely. Or do I just suck it up? That's the thing. I'm like, oh, do I? And then doesn't matter. Do you know what? It doesn't matter right now. It doesn't matter. I need to go to OBS. Make another. I know. It's never going to be perfect. But I'm going to, hang on a second. If I mute my mic on this recording, oh, it still records over there. Cool. But I will have to kill the music, I think. Unless I want to... I can do that in post. You know what? I don't care. I'll record it like this. Okay. And then this is just screen record. And then we could do window capture. Display capture. And then no cursor. That's good. That's what I want. All right, so I guess I'll go in home first and start there and just get a little bit of footage. I might as well just play. And then settings, I probably want nicer recordings. Output. The video bit rate's only 3200. This is for streaming. For recording, took it out of bed fully clothed. All right, I think I'll start now. Ah, I'm such a goof. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. get that again. A little bit more, a little better. What's happened? We've lost our pixel perfect. Okay, stopping, starting. Up, run. Maybe I'll just start with a walk and then a run. And then let's do just like a walkthrough into a run. I should probably zoom on this if I can, but it's all good. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, I might see if I can... I guess I'll just play through it. Why not? I'll just play through the whole thing. He needs some meat on that. I think this is probably a little too detailed for what I need right now. I might actually jump out and simplify a little. I don't know. Well, I don't know what I'm going to use. Do I use Notion? I don't use Notion much. I might need to put a scene exit there. Yeah, you can ask a question. Oh, that was annoying. Little camera bugs here and there. And stuttering too. It might just because we're in engine. What inspired me to create Armin? I was just drawing a character while I was on a bus on the way to work. And I just liked him. I thought he looked cool. Well, Armin, it does not have a symmetrical design. So I guess I'd be lying if I said yes. But generally, it's probably a good idea. That bush is too close. The bus ride gave me a hell of a lot of work. Kind of, yeah. That's just a bug. It's not supposed to do that. Oh, it's broken. I'll have to fix that later. Let's just jump through this part. There's some interesting stuff here, maybe. Oh no. Okay. Let's just skip to that then. And then we can maybe just go all the way over to here and keep going. What the heck? It's broken. That's never happened before. Oh, there's some errors. That shouldn't cause that to happen though. Wow, weird. He doesn't play anything. Have I got a controller plugged in? No? Okay. That's broken. Unfortunate. And that's broken. Okay. Oh, wow. Scene connections aren't working. All right. We should be able to play this though. That would have been a good shot. Let's do that again. No. Also that, I don't like that light. These lights affect this a bit too much. Damn it. No, that doesn't work. I can't put this on a layer that isn't... Like it's on the character layer. I mean, I could put it on the foreground layer and make the lights affect that. Oh, thanks, Twitch Music Bot. Okay, let me just get us out of here and go down here. I'm not using the line renderer. I have played Animal Well, yeah. And then I think I'll skip the rest of this and go straight to maybe this. I'm not using the trail renderer or the line renderer. I'm using a particle system. That's a cool shot. I'll keep that. And then this needs to be fixed, but I'm just going to use it. In fact, you know what? No. I'll just skip that. I don't want to spoil too much for you. But we'll go straight into the fight now. core cam. Okay, cool. And then let's skip ahead all the way to here. It's a long video, huh? It's a lot of work to get footage. Where's my rain? Where's my rainfall? Should be starting any second now. There we go. Cool. And then I did want to have a fight with a Hunden in here. Sometimes I just chuck him in here. Just for good measure. A fight in the rain's always sick. Which move I had there. Is this a demo? Kind of. It's just footage from my game. Let's go to this scene here. Do some running around. And then let's go. Might be nice to get some footage here as well. Maybe I'll actually, I don't know if I'll be able to get that the way I want it to. Then there's a scene I'd like to have here. Probably not enough. Oh, okay, that's broken. Let's move on. In the workshop. Okay, and then you're not seeing that. There's already so much material. I don't think I can stage much more stuff in this little clip. Oh gosh. That's a cool little moment there. and here it's a little bit bit demo. Cool. What else we got? Anything interesting? I'm trying not to give away too much, but also this would be sick. I don't really have any other animations for this, so it is kind of is what it is. This is good too, actually. I'm running. Can't do much else with that. Did I miss anything major that actually looks good? Some stuff here. We just come this way. Maybe I'll open the chest. No, the shot doesn't motivate it by anything. It's the other way. Maybe I'll do that again. That's kind of cool. Okay, I've been here before. All right, that'll have to do. Okay, I'll close that. I hope that was all worth it, because that took ages. Stream's lagging. It should be okay. The event was okay last night. Not too bad. I came home a little bit tired. But, you know, it is what it is. Okay. Storage, videos, and then this needs to be details. And then, is that a gigabyte of footage? Yeah, half an hour. At that level of thingo. All right, this is like the first. Make game, please. I am making a game. This is the game that I am making. This is the engine that I am making the game in. This is me playing the game that I am making. You're welcome. Okay. So, task achieve. I think I did want to do that. I like the idea of maybe starting actually on this and then going pop. Cutting. Here. And then I really can't show you the stuff that I want to show you. It's terrible. Anyway, shot 1 goes there. And then this could probably just go crop this until we get to leaving out the front door. Let's, before we get too far away from ourselves, lock this, click this and this, cut that so we've got no sound. And then we could just do the sound. I mean, just do the visuals. Leaving the front door. Bump, 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 bump. And then a little bit more. Yep. And then maybe a little bit of straight to here. Cut that. And then maybe like this. It should be like other things that you do in the town. Maybe the town's a bit too much. It's not on Steam yet. Nope. No, if it was on Steam, I'd let you know. Should be other antics that you do in town. Maybe a little bit of this. Could cut straight to here. It does feel a bit weird to do that, but without the character in it. I don't think I'll keep that in there. I like that. It's kind of becoming an emotional trailer. What the hell? Oh, man. Hey, thanks for the follow. And you want an in-world reason why he has anime hair? There actually is one, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. I should have made this video on my local SSD. It doesn't matter, it's still an SSD that's connected directly. It's all right. We're already like a minute 10. No, how long are we? We're 37 seconds in. It's probably still too much. But we gotta have these. And then I wanted to make sure we got this shot. I like this shot here of whenever this happens, it's like you see the enemy. Now we've got to see Armin doing the abilities. And then the next ability. And then let's see if we can get a bit more serious with it. Nice. That is the worst. Why did I do that? That's so cool. This is the first time ever you've ever really been able to watch this stuff happen like this. else we got? I want all the abilities here. It's actually pretty cinematic. It's kind of cool. Sorry, pals. I know I'm not very communicative right now. This task is super important. Okay. A minute 22, gosh. Too much. And I've got so many other shots that I probably should have recorded in that as well. Much more dramatic stuff. Maybe for a teaser, I shouldn't give away too much. Hey, Arkan. Yeah, sort of. Working on shots for just general footage, but also, yeah, for a trailer. It may be giving too much away. Maybe it should just be, we've been friends for ages now. I love cutting away before anybody gets to see anything. That's so good. Like, you don't get to see anything. You don't get any resolution. You just get a bunch of questions. Nah, this is just gonna go. It's an iron sword. No, it is for it's for the reveal of the game. The game hasn't had a reveal trailer. It doesn't have a Steam page. I'm launching a Steam page in a couple of weeks, so this is going to be the reveal trailer. So this is gonna have a dun, 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 dun. This is gonna be like a game by Up on Hill. Dun, 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 hang on, we need music. Okay, let's try that again. That's actually really cute, but we can go a bit earlier. A game by Up on Hill. That shot was really quick. I think we could cut that one. And we can cut that too. Cut that there. That's got a hit right there too. Okay, not a bad start. Probably should put the rotating stairs in there, huh? You know, I made that specifically to put in a trailer, and it's so outdated now that I'm almost like, oh, it's still impressive, but it's all right. I'll put it in there. It's still good. But I want this. It's a bit awkward. I need to re-record that, maybe with some pickups. Or I can align them in the center a little bit. I feel like this footage could probably be And then this needs to be way back. The crafting thing, it's kind of... At the moment, so we've got logo. We've got to have a shot of Armin leaving home. Probably here-ish. Maybe a shot of the Athenium as well. So Armin leaving home, like Armin looking back at Orenstead from above. Maybe that could go even... There's kind of a break here. Maybe this stuff... maybe we could put this... We don't need... I don't know where to put it. Do I parry anywhere else? And then I got a shot of these two. It's really tough. The forge as well. This here. That's got to come at some point. Let's mute this for now. I've made a slight error here. Because I'm telling the story a bit out of sequence. But that's maybe okay. Communicating that Armin is a blacksmith first, and then getting into some of this stuff. And then here. I need a shot of Armin doing a bunch of different things. Yeah, you are hearing Severance. My wife's watching in the back. She's watching season 1, but we've already seen it. She's just re-watching season 1. Yeah, I'm actually using the Severance theme in Insignia. I thought maybe it would be more appropriate than what we've been working on, just because I thought, people know Severance. They're, excited about it. We're kind of trying to cash in on the hype at the moment. Yeah, this shot for sure could go a lot earlier if we keep it around here. That's a fun little beat. Yeah, nice. That's perfect. It's a little bit muddled here. And then something like that. Oh, and I forgot there's one more. Armin can have his innie learn about blacksmithing while he plays cello. Oh yeah. If I open up OBS again, that's a cool idea, Sub-Zero Black. That's cool. I don't know if we'll get to it, but let me just see if the settings carried over. Settings, video, output. Yeah, that's fine. And then there was a shot I wanted to get from... Do I not have that shot? Wait, what? I don't have the castle? Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, Hopstock. Working on a trailer. Are there voice dialogues? No, there's no voice acting in the game. Not at the moment, anyway. No. So annoying. You put all that effort in and it still doesn't work. Okay. Okay, let's take this and move them over here. Why do I have 3 of these? I got this, that's cool. What else is what I got? I got this, that's the same thing. And I got this, and that's a tile set. Okay, so I can do whatever I want out of these. I think I'll just take this, and I'll do this, and I'll do this, and I'll say stained glass window. It's a single, throw it in, drop it in there. Take off the sprite renderer and could just have this repeat over and over again. Or take the columns from before and just drop them in. Excuse me. What are you doing? Why is it? Oh, because it's literally playing the game. Probably not going to work like that, but honestly, it could be worse. I don't think I will keep it though. Okay. I need the bounce ability. Cool. All right, that's all I needed. All right. Let's have a listen. Okay. For those of you who have never seen me work on this game and who just saw that, if any of you exist in chat who don't know about the game, its mechanics, or anything like that, could you please tell me what you thought of what kind of game it is and what the main mechanic is? If that's possible. If anyone happens to be watching who happens to not know what the core systems and sort of genre Insignia is. Obviously, this is like a super incredibly rough. I don't know, I'm just amazed. Oh, welcome. I'm sorry. Noob here trying to learn how to code. That's all good. Mario, says someone on YouTube. Really cool ARPG with crafting. Okay. So you can tell that there is crafting. That's good. I don't know if there's too much crafting stuff. I'm thinking I might need to show more puzzle elements. But I'm not gonna give away too much. I think you can learn skills along the way. Cool. I think the teaser was awesome. I've seen very little of the game, just tuned in from video from 4 years ago. I think it's good as far as looking industry standard with quality. It's revealing in the mechanics. So, Mr. Porkerson, can you describe, just based on, I'm not even going to play it again. I'm just going to like say nothing. Could you like, did you note any of the mechanics other than just the crafting itself and running around? Like what do you do in this game? Did that come through? I think I'm missing a little bit of plot. That's going to come in here a little bit. And I think I missed one more thing that I need, that's like, I will say it in a second. I feel like I'm not asking the question correctly, but I'm trying to be vague on purpose so that I don't spoil it. I want to know if anyone like specifically can say like what the hook is in the game. Like what is it about this action adventure / Metroidvania style game that like, oh, in this game you do that thing. I'm using Resolve, Diaborn. You can learn skills like the fire sword attack. Yeah. Did you see how the player was learning this skill? Like, did that come through at all? I might need to zoom in on some stuff. I don't usually, I think like doing a trailer without any kind of special camera work can be a little bit underwhelming. But Yeah, cool. So like I'll definitely like frame this stuff a bit better. Oh, it made you smile. That's nice. I think it's a story-driven RPG platform, but I didn't really notice the crafting. Okay, cool. It's funny what comes through, because like a lot of this stuff, like I would say the crafting I showed like 4 times. That's not to say that anyone's watching it wrong or anything like that. It's more just like what comes through. Like I think it's hard to take everything in the first time. Because like I put like the crafting is probably not, it's hard to say. It's not like the main mechanic. It's just a thing. It's like it's the main progression mechanic, but it's not like what you do the whole game. But it's there's another layer to the crafting that affects the action in a way that's I guess important to understanding what makes the game special. And I need to show the connection between the crafting and the abilities and the other part. But I think at a certain point, like just seeing cool stuff is enough. Like just that it's cool and fun is probably more important than anything. But if I can do a little bit extra, if I can get that last little stretch goal of communicating what the mechanic is, to me, that's like even better. And what I'm doing here, these blank spots, I'm having 2D animated, like animation work done, like anime style animation in these blank spaces. And that animation is like, how do I put it? How do we get from here to, oh, I think I missed one. It's gonna be hard. I'm gonna have to. This is gonna have to change a lot, but yeah, if I can get the gameplay in there in a way that people can understand what's happening, that'll be awesome. Also, this music is kind of just thrown in. It hasn't been designed for this. Yeah, we're doing some side quests now that have crafting in them as well. So what I need to show is like maybe here in the middle. It's hard to, how do I put this? It's hard to talk about what I should be doing without giving away what the mechanic is, but I should probably say it at this point. So in the game, what you do is you have this crafting system and you craft items in quests for NPCs and stuff, and that's pretty typical. But in this game as well, defeating enemies in these shrines gives you these gems that you can use to craft abilities into the sword. Then you can basically use those abilities in the levels to do platforming stuff, like to get around the level. Actually, I really need to show this next part. I cut that, but I probably should keep it in. This here, I need to reshoot it, but that's probably the clearest explanation. Seeing this little sequence here is basically the game in a nutshell. Ready? That's the game. Now you're seeing different abilities. But I think what I need to do is I've cut it off here. You can see me acquiring the abilities, but not using them in the moment. And here you're seeing Armin use it in a different scene. So I think I need to record Armin using the abilities in the shots a little bit more. I think that will help. Like in the shots where he acquires them. So this one here, like he does actually use it a bit later, but I cut it out. I don't want that. I think it's enough for him to just get to the top. And then this, maybe the hedgehog's no good. I wanted a shot here, but maybe I need to do a bit more. If I was going to include that. Yeah, I need to show him using the ability. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. That's how I've got it, I think. So here's crafting, right? So we've been doing normal running around, learning some non-magic abilities, introduce crafting. Here's him crafting something. There's going to be an animated shot here of Armin standing with this guy with holding this sword. I'll put it here. And then more combat, and then crafting an ability. Maybe that's a little better than it was before, but that's how I had it. This is going to need a bit more time. And then I want to show story and characters and dialogue. It might be nice to have some more. I think here, like we could have Harriet content. Yeah. The thing is, and I know this is totally fine. You're not gonna get it if you watch it the first time. I don't watch things and get all the info, even if it's very well framed. I don't. It's happening too quickly. There's too much stuff, and in fact, I think it's probably more important that the game communicates like high quality visuals, lots of action gameplay. You know, big story adventure. Those are the things that need to sit at the top. Cool mechanics is like second. You know, it's not like the thing. It's not the reason why you play this game. So just the fact that there are cool sword moves is actually totally fine to take away. The thing that I didn't do, which I need to show, is Armin using multiple abilities to get through a platforming challenge in sequence. Like use the jump to get up here, and then dash forward to get through here, and then dive down to get across here, and then flip backwards to get over there. That like long, almost like Celeste style sequencing is something that I don't even bother. Like we've been working on this for a little while, and I haven't even like got things in there that require that of the player, just because it's so deep in the. It's not like what we're working on right now, but it's certainly like very easy to set something like that up. I'll put it in the Athenium. We'll do it here. But I should take a break. I'm getting really tired. I didn't sleep well last night. So I'm really struggling today. I'm gonna save this project. Maybe I'll just Insignia teaser shots number 2. I think I'll come back to it. It's something that I have to do today, but like my energy's running a little low for it. But I really need to show this shot, this scene, sorry. Like just running through here and seeing like the mist. Super cool. Actually, there is a space where you have to use multiple abilities. Yeah, so I need to do something like this, dun, dun, but I need to also make it like a 4-part thing. So it's like go across here, jump up there, jump off the wall, jump across, go up, etc. Like that. Something like that looks really flashy and like extended. To get an item maybe that's like floating. All right, I'll take a break. We'll come back in a bit. Sup? I got some messages I got to respond to. All right. I'm going to do some other things, not trailer stuff. I'm going to listen to some music that we're working on. Let's have a listen. Yeah, that's great. This is for Quest Start. One sec. Create shaders session. Nothing wrong with that. Shaders are fun. They take a long time to get good at, but once you are good at them, there's really like a set library of things that you do with shaders. And once you know kind of how to do that set, everything else sort of falls between it. Like, at least with 2D games, it's like using noise, doing outlines, understanding the difference between like camera space, object space, that kind of thing, world space, and then shifting around UVs, using time, multiplying colors and dividing colors and layering colors that way. It's, you know, at a certain point, it's like that's 90% of what any 2D shaders are. 3D, you also got the normal offset stuff, like the vertex position stuff. But yeah, it's fun. Huh, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Voxel stuff is a bit scary. For sure. Because there's no workflow for it. There's no authoring tool to let you do actual volumetric sprites. It's just not a thing. And there's also no historical retro aesthetic to borrow from that people like. There's no like nostalgia for voxel animation. It doesn't exist because there were no games that were made with voxels. So, you know, you can look at a game like 3D.Game Hero and go, oh, well, that's voxels. I don't just mean like, this is the thing. It's one thing to have a 3D model that's moving, that's made out of blocks, but it's moving in non-voxel space. It's just moving in 3D space. It's another thing to animate voxels, like the same way you animate a sprite. You know what I mean? Like the actual cubes are being, you're basically redrawing the voxel model every single time with some changes to it to make it look like motion so that it's moving through a voxel space. Yeah, you can't rotate them. Exactly. So like that is not, there's not a lot of value, I think, to try to do that. Or at least there's not a good set of like intuitions, I think, that you can borrow from to find a version of that that's valuable or that's like pretty, or because it just doesn't exist. I mean, like there might have been some really niche examples, but like what is the appropriate sprite size in voxel space to make motion feel smooth? How much extra work is it? You know what I mean? Like you could do a Dead Cells thing where you voxelize a mesh. So you take the collision space that a 3D mesh is occupying and you quantize the space so that it's like you take the volumetric space and then you sample the color, and then it becomes low voxel 3D moving through a space. You'll get that, and it'll feel like the way that Dead Cells is pixel art. You'll get that for 3D, but like that isn't something that that's not something that ever existed. No consoles were built to force the games to look that way, because we went straight from sprites to PS1 graphics, which is, much more high resolution and based on vertices, not voxels. So it'd be interesting to think of what kind of game would be would require that, or like be best represented as that. Yeah. The thing is, what you're kind of doing is really just 2D, like, and on cardboard instead of paper, right? If you're just doing sprites and you're using like a shader to create volume, it's only you don't have the depth information, right? All you can do is like make it a little bit thicker. You can guess based on the lighting, but there's no actual information there to pull from. So it's going to be one block thick, yeah? Yeah, I think the HD 2D thing is probably Teardown. I think I have heard of Teardown. That's the one where you're like a demolition kind of thing. You're like a truck. Yeah, I've seen GIFs of this. So like here, perfect example. Like these characters, for practicality's sake, they're rotated. It doesn't look bad. Like, it looks pretty good. It kind of feels like playing with Lego, Lego is blocks, and Lego can rotate in real world. And would this car look like anything if you built it and then rotated the voxels, displaced the voxels to create rotation? Like what would that look like? Because it's the same thing as doing this. You've got your car. Sorry, I don't have my tablet here at the moment because it was in my bag from last night. Here's your you take your car and you start to rotate it, all the details are going to look different. And you get kind of incentivized to build it a certain way so that it doesn't fail. Like you take this, you start going like this, and now it's like, especially if you don't use road sprite, if you just use fast rotation, at a certain point you're going to get these weird bits that flick out and stuff. Things change shape, they change size. So this, it's like, well, at least we can rotate it and it stays the way that it is. Yeah, so there you go. There's your one tile thick thing. That's totally doable. That shouldn't be too hard. But the question is, like, what do you get out of doing it that way? Oh, you can make them a little thicker. Maybe that's valuable. But like, see how there's no back of her head? Like, what happened there? It's like the front, and then you turn over, and it's that side again. I wonder if that's like a problem. I wonder if you could just cheat. Like, you just don't show the back of anyone's head ever. They're always facing, like you're on a theater production. The actors are always facing the audience, even if they turn around. Yeah, I guess you could do like 2D sprite animation, and then it generates a backside texture, and then you just paint that as well. I just don't know if it's better. You know what I mean? I don't know if this is good. That's my struggle. When I look at it, the fact that it's 3D, it kind of feels like 3DS Super Street Fighter 4, where it's like, okay, you've taken something that works front on and you've tilted it a little bit, and all the extra work that you've done to get there is, what has it given us? Like, okay, we get to turn the camera slightly, but now you've got to keep up with that. It's really hard. I don't... There might be a game that doesn't suffer and that actually gets it adds to the game. I'd be interested to see what that game is. All right, I had other things to do today. It's 4. Oh, I literally took a break exactly when I said I would, and now I'm finished with the break and it's 4:15, which is where I am here. Huh. Okay. Mock up last quests. Implement new accessories. I want to do that one more. My brain doesn't have the discipline to mock up the quests. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, do it for the fun of it. You'll explore it and you'll figure it out. It's valuable to discover these kinds of things, even if the answer is that it's not fun or there isn't any valuable whatever. It's totally valid. You're mountain climbing. Man, I'm so tired. It's almost time for me to go, I think. I didn't sleep enough last night. I don't have the energy. All right. We had inventory stuff that we were building. Now, man, where is my item economy? Where did I put it? I'm so interested to see where I put this thing. I'm pretty sure I called it item economy straight up. And I literally can't find it. Nothing. It should be right here. That's where I'm expecting to see it. And it's just, oh, it's a 12. It's way down. Okay. So, what were the cool ideas that we had? We had magnet ring. Oh, that's a fun one. Now, I don't know. I think what I want for magnet ring first is there's a couple ways to do this. Oh, God. Okay, I gotta get my tablet. I'm literally unable to explain concepts without a pen. One sec. Okay. So the idea is we're doing a magnet ring. Now, a magnet in games can be a couple things. The first thing is like you want to assume that, oh, you've got like items. You have some sphere of influence, which is a gradient. And items kind of get pulled in like into a wormhole, like a black hole, once they hit that sphere of influence. And it's easy. The naive thing to do here would be to purely add a force on an item and have the hitbox be here, and the items kind of like get hoovered up. The problem is, when you do this, if you're running past something, this is your hitbox, maybe you jump over it. If it gets swept up, it can get pulled out of the orbit and flung away because of just how orbital mechanics work. So you don't want that to happen. Instead, the more, I think, principled approach, pardon me, is to basically treat this zone as a trigger box. The whole thing is a trigger box. And items that get caught in here begin an animation that essentially zips them towards you. They lerp towards this position. So if the position moves, they move towards it. There is no escaping once they trigger. They're just on a path towards the point. That's the better way, I think, because it means that you never have an item drop off of a ledge once you've triggered it. It doesn't fly away from you. It just sort of like gets pulled in. And of course we can make this bigger or smaller. So the only issue with this, the only problem is this problem. Player stands here. Magnet sphere is there. Item is here. Item goes doop. Now you can pick up items through walls. You don't want to be able to do that. Maybe it's a raycast question, where as long as the item can, once it's hit the trigger, it asks if it can see the player, and then if it can, then it gets sucked up. So let's do that. And I don't actually love that they just sort of disappear and reappear above you. That's not really my favorite thing to do anyway. Now, I'm going to get rid of this. And I'm going to get rid of you. And I'm going to take this and you and take you over here. And I don't know why this is here. Now, I actually have this stuff. Oh. Thank you so much. Level BL. Yeah, it's been a long time. I've been working really hard on being able to build a team around the game and get the game to a place where I could have something marketable to share in a trailer like this. You know, like for me, it's so important that the game can sell that I changed the game in 2022 and have been working towards that new direction for the purpose of being able to make well, not just a trailer. There's this kind of thing. I don't want to spend too long talking about this, but people yesterday, I was at an event And I am being applications. Okay, so I was successful in receiving a couple of grants in the last 8 months. And now, because people know that locally, they want to ask for my advice, and I'm happy for that. I like that, because giving people advice is, if I can help them out, that's great. More games is better. But there is something I find myself saying to them, and it's about marketability. Or just in general, suitability for funding. And the thing that I end up saying is basically, hey, what is it about your project that warrants you applying for this grant? Like, what is the thing that is the reason why you're making the game, or why you as a developer deserve this chance? What are you going to use the money to execute on that will create future opportunities for your project towards the release? And invariably, all of those thoughts coalesce towards something. And that something is its marketability. But it's basically this question of like, if you start making a game, it's like you start it because it's interesting to you. And the finish line is when it's interesting to other people. And sometimes the thing that's interesting to you is what's interesting to other people, and there's a perfect overlap. But other times it's more like the focus is different, right? You're exploring possibilities at the start. And then at the end, it's more like, no, I need to be able to communicate one final thing, one like whole thing that's singular. And having marketability as like a priority, it's almost like an answer to its own question. Like if you're asking of yourself when you're making the game, is this enough? Is this interesting? Does this stand out? Then when people ask you the question, hey, what makes your game stand out? Well, you've already got the answer because you used those questions to drive the development process. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say here. Like this idea that like, if you have it in mind, then it will be easy to prove because it's there. Like it's in the recipe, the proof of the pudding, right? Whereas if you just make something, you aren't always going to end up where people want you to end up because you are following a different criteria. So for me, like 2022 was when the game was big enough for me to ask the question, hey, at this point, am I making something marketable? And then really fixate on asking the question then, if I was to change it to make it more marketable, what would need to change about it? And what would I expect to see as a player? Not just, and this is the other thing that's super important. Like, it's so important. This sounds like a dirty word. It sounds like what you're saying is sales. And sales is a bit filthy, right? No one likes to talk about sales because it's like selling out, it's like sacrificing quality or lying. But actually, if this is in your design workflow, if you're thinking about marketability first, what you're really doing is talking about value. Like, if your game is marketable because it's good, because it's interesting, because you designed it to be that for other people and you've been playtesting and getting people's feedback, if you're actually making something valuable, then what makes it valuable is the thing that makes it marketable. Like the fact that it's novel, or that it's high quality, or that it's doing something that's an iteration on a concept, but in a way that hasn't quite been done before. Like you're improving a formula that you've seen in a different game in a way that you think there's demand for. That stuff, the question of like the how, like what is it that you're making and how is that going to be attractive? Yeah, it's just making it something that's good enough to be worth people's time. So if your game is worth people's time and you know why, and because you you cooked the sauce yourself, then it becomes a lot easier to do this stuff. So for me, and the reason why this is important is because for me, this is the mechanics of the game. Like, I was stuck, not because my game wasn't marketable, but because my game didn't have systems to build content on top of. Like, it didn't have a mechanic from which I was going to do 10 hours worth of level design. It just had platforming, attacks, a parry, some special abilities. But I didn't have a workflow where I could build levels to leverage those abilities against enemies that gave you the abilities. It wasn't a set of puzzle pieces that I could make puzzles out of. It was just stuff I'd made. So it wasn't going to be marketable because there wasn't a thing to sell. You know what I mean? Other than the pretty graphics and the nice story. For me, when I look back, I probably could have sold the game based on pretty graphics and story. But then the question of action mechanics is it comes in as like, well, why was I putting action mechanics in it? Like, I could have just made it like an Undertale style game where I just tell the story and just have the graphics support the narrative and that's it. Like, I could have done that too. But it's an action story. So because it's an action story, I'm making a game, it might as well have action mechanics. If I'm going to have action mechanics, do they just serve the story? Maybe. But I want to do more. I know I can do more. That's where I started in 2022. That's where I got on this path. It was like, no, I think I do have an interesting mechanic in mind that I've been looking at for a long time that I just need to have the confidence to pursue. It's going to take me a while to get it right, but this is going to make the game better and more worthy of people's time, so I should commit to this. In 2023, I was just starting that road. I was just figuring it out. And I still haven't fully cracked it, but the bones are there and it's more just the bones. The bones are there and it's more just about filling in the gaps now. So that all is to say, don't be too discouraged about pivoting on your idea if you can find a not too distant target that makes it more interesting. All right, so I actually have a thing called collectible absorb. And this moves along the thing. That goes up and then down. Follow, dock, hover, spawn, travel, teleport. Travel's not bad, but that's sort of... Oh yeah, travel into the destination. Hey, thanks for the follow. Slan the Lion? Like Aslan? Welcome. Well, that's the thing, KS Rocky, where it's like, I think it's unfortunate that fate isn't equally kind to everybody. Because some people naturally, just via luck, find themselves on a concept that's mechanic first. Like some people start their game because they have an idea for a mechanic that's interesting, and then they build a game around it. That's the absolute easiest way to build an indie game, because all of the content supports the mechanic that you started with. That's like building a house from the concrete foundation first. Others start with a story that they want to tell. That's where I started. And it took me a long time to find a mechanic that did the story justice. You know, others start with a game that they like and that they just want to replicate. I think they're all valid, all of these things. It's just that, like, if it's Pokemon, starting with the mechanic is your Bulbasaur. You know? Starting with the mechanic is going to make the first 30% of development, 50% of development really easy. Because you can even write a story around the mechanic if you want, right? The chain of dependencies is very, very well suited to starting with a mechanic. You can still do all the other stuff. You can still have a story. You can have other games that it learns from. But if you start with a mechanic first, then you can do all of that stuff later downstream. You can find games that are similar and see what they do. You can write a good story that makes sense with the mechanics. If you do it the other way, you got to work back upstream. Like I wrote a story about a blacksmith. Now I have to figure out a way to make blacksmithing work in my action game. You know, maybe the game that I'm making mechanically doesn't need crafting, but because it's in the story, I have to find a way to push it in. Well, I don't think so, Zerobot. I think your game can have... Not every game has a lose condition. Okay. Oh. Is character really what this is? Interesting. State machine core has space for a target awareness. So then this should just be protected core state machine core. Yeah, that's better anyway. So then all of this talk of character for face direction. Hello. Yeah, but face direction, it's hard because core doesn't have face direction. Only character has face direction. Okay. So this line of sight check, or distance to target, this could be core dot position. Is facing target, can't do that. Yeah, that's tough. This is core. This is hard. Because I'm trying to make it so that these coins or pickups are using things that mostly enemies use, like their ability to see the player, like for doing line of sight checks. Maybe I shouldn't bother with that. It does feel a little bit weird. Wait, so what's wrong with this? This is why. Does this have an awake? It does. But we don't set up these. Well, now we do. Yeah. Yep. Okay. The problem with modules and dependencies is once they start becoming dependent on each other, you have to start adding the modules that you didn't think you needed. But here, I guess we do need like a ground check and obstacle check. Like if we do want to do line of sight, we have to be able to do this stuff. Now we could make it so that these obstacle and ground checks didn't belong to this component if we didn't want this component, and then this and the target awareness could both depend on it. But even that is a bit weird. Let's try that. Nope, doesn't like that. But now, of course, we're going to refer to character this whole time. That's too much. Oh, we got to get rid of them both. Okay. Cool. That actually worked extremely well, except the collider is not a trigger. I don't know why it got dark though. Why did it get so dark? Is that collectible travel has a little... It doesn't feel like we should be doing this. In fact, let's try something else. Collectible gem travel set. Does Doc have travel in it? What the heck? What uses you? Absorb into target and teleport to flower, both use it. All right. We'll do the little boolean here. All right. See you, Zerobot. Hey, Bilbo. How's it going? Yeah, well for me. Cool. Oh. So, I've got the destination transformed to just be Armin. But maybe Armin could have an... The item sprite is above his head. Could be his item sprite. The genealogy thing? Oh yeah, the family story. Yeah, that was finished. We did it. The whole family really liked it. They were all so grateful. I feel good about it now. So now the idea would be we could have Armin get a new empty game object with a collider of 2D, a circle collider, and the circle collider could look like that. And then we could, nope, not like that. Is trigger. That's no good. Nope. Oh. It's Armin's. Oh, that's annoying. It's his transform. And that's a big rectangle check. For Armin specifically, for his actual specific stuff, which we don't really want to do here. So I'm going to take the player detector off. Bilbo wants to say hello to Gandalf. Bilbo. Let me try that again.
No, it's been a little while since I've put on the tall hat and the long nose. But since Bilbo Swaggins is asking, perhaps it would be suitable. Now, here, we are looking to write some code. And what language is this written in? The Black Speech of Mordor, which we shall not utter here. And yet we shall write it. So, the unfortunate reality is we cannot use this.
How is Gandalf here?
What we need to do is...
I mean, I'm losing him a little bit.
It's been quite a while. Quite a while. It's been far too long. We are instead going to have a public collider 2D. Collider. Public on trigger enter 2D. If collision.other. Now, how exactly do we figure out where this is? There should be a very, very good reason why we can't get the other collider in this interaction.
Shared material, string. What is this thing?
We've been given a collision, but no way to resolve it.
How do you
conjure? I'm not a conjurer of cheap tricks. I was born with such a voice naturally.
Oh, that's okay. You inspire me, not because you develop a game and give advice to developers, kind of inspire me to just live this life. Well, that's very nice.
Into the jaws of oblivion.
Like that.
In you go. All right. So, Collider 2D collision. Oh, we've been given the collider. It's right there. This should be called other, but instead we can say engine.isArmin. And that will resolve this for us. Now, let's confirm. If we go here, the collider is not null. Transform while go true compound. So here we're walking up the tree to find whether or not this collider belongs to the player character. And that, of course, will return true.
All right, that's enough. Hey, HT Kage, or Cage, thank you so much. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. All right, it's unfortunate that we have to get rid of the player detector, but it'll still work. Same work playlist. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Continuity. This is collaboration? Cooperation? Now, we haven't set the collider. So we're going to go back to the collectible. We're going to the player detector. We're going to chuck the collider in there. We're going to make this called collider. There we go. Don't mind me. We're going to run in, and then we're going to go. No, it's not working. Because we should see the circle. Wait, where did it go? He doesn't. What? Okay, it's still there.
Of course, you're very welcome. You're very, very welcome.
I'm going in and out of it now.
I believe they are both triggers. But of course, this needs to be on the item layer. So it doesn't collide with what we don't want it to. Let us review. There sits a box collider trigger item.
We'll call this player physics then, but we can't call it player physics. That can't be right. Because he'll be stuck in the air like that. That's no good. That's very, very weird. The only way for us to get on trigger enter 2D, we could do on collider, on collision, enter 2D. That's kind of okay. I think we might be able to get away with that. Wait, but it wouldn't be a collision, it would be a trigger. Huh? This would be this. Oh man, I'm so confused. Let's go see if we can find a collision matrix that works for this. All right. Item collides with player, no enemy. Well, that's a good one. One-way ground, player physics. Two triggers don't. Hey, my game is Metroidvania-ish. Yeah, I think that's a fair description of it. Yeah, I call it action adventure. Do you have another question? A follow-up question? Player, no enemy. And that's a... If I do that and I make it a collision, does he still... Nah. Well, it collides with the ground, I guess. That's the problem. So I think it needs to be a trigger. But then the on trigger enter event isn't going to happen on the apple. Dancing Pixel says, is your story set or does it evolve as you're making the game? Certain things are set, certain things evolve. Oh. Not just yet. I got a bit. Okay. I actually have to move on from this task right now to do a different task that's really urgent. I feel really bad about it. But I can't do it on stream. Damn it. All right. I got to show you something. I have to do something that is kind of spoilery. I'm going to make it not spoilery by moving it. Try that again. I can work on this in this capacity, and it's not a big deal for you. I just down resed everything. Okay, questions. What kind of process did you use early on to start mapping out your world? Start with a story to guide your design, or did you just grey box some general stuff? That's a great question. I think the way that I would recommend is not the way that I did it. I did it story first, and the big problem with doing it story first is that my what it meant for me was that I designed my character to start the game on the left side of the world. And in a Metroidvania, you kind of want to go all around because you want backtracking to be minimal. So if you start on the left and everything's off to the right, when the player is moving through the game world and you have to do something back at home, you got to run all the way back. Whereas if the home's in the middle, you can be jumping out here, cross back through home to get over here. You want to cross through the middle a lot in Metroidvania. Of course, I didn't think I was making a Metroidvania at the time. So it happens. But yeah. I was sure that I did something here. Ah, here it is. I almost want to remove this and replace it with this. But I want this to be a bit more like that. One sec. One more sec. That's much better than what I had before. I wanted him to stand a little taller. Because he's not leaning over anymore. Too high. I mean, it's kind of nice that he's got the coat up high, but it's not quite what I want. Way too small. No, man, that's not right. I think it's got to be further over because his head's turned more. So more like that. But I've got this for reference, so I should use the stencil that I created for myself. You can't see any of what I'm doing right now. All right. I feel really embarrassed about that. Sorry, pals. That was a while. You just let me do that. Sorry. So, there was a question about, we were talking about Metroidvania. Yeah, I mean, it's really, I mean, it is kind of, we're in spoiler territory, but it's okay. The thing that's kind of tough about making the game that I made in the way that I made it is that you don't really have a lot of like insight when you're first getting started about what the game like needs to be. You're just making stuff. And I think most people develop games that way. I think that's very common. Or at least you might have an idea about something that you want to make, but it's not a full, even if you think it's a full thing, you're really probably fixating on like specific things that excite you about it. You're not really thinking about like the end-to-end product, unless it's very small, which is, you know, there's nothing wrong with that either, and that's quite common. And depending on what kind of indie dev you want to be, you might find yourself designing things that are very achievable. But I didn't do that. I picked something that was like super big and too hard. So because it was big, even though I knew a lot about what I was making, I didn't really know how the elements were going to come together. Like I thought I had a full picture, but I really didn't. Or maybe another way to put it would be like my ambition kind of grew as I got more confident developing the game. My standard, I realized I had higher standards. I don't think any of that is wrong. In fact, there are lots of, I think we live in an industry right now where like a lot of people are fixated on how to avoid making mistakes. Like, how do I make games in a way that's like, I won't ever get my feelings hurt? You know, like I want to make it in such a way that I do it right and I don't scope creep and I don't, I don't go in expecting to make my MMO. I'm just going to make something small and achievable. Everyone knows the meme that they want to avoid, you know? That's the easy part of saying, oh no, I won't be bad. But you don't actually know what bad looks like. Or even like that sometimes making mistakes is kind of like not just par for the course, but like literally the creative process involves doing it. Like if your game's special and interesting, you are probably going to have some aspect of it that hasn't been done before. There's probably something about it that's original. And if anything's original, there's chance for that to maybe be a pitfall for you as you figure out what works about it and what doesn't work. And that's, I mean, at least in my perspective, the way that I've been doing this, like I've given this a real honest crack, you know, over years. If I'm struggling in this much time, maybe it's not just that I'm bad at what I'm doing. Maybe it's that like, it's just really hard to do something like this, you know? And I just happened to pick a really hard genre or something like that. I think that's totally, it's such a valid thing to think. And you know, it's like, what are you might be naive, but like, what are you naive about? And what did you have to learn? Were you naive that your taste just happened to be really difficult? Like you just happened to be very specialized in your tastes? Or were you naive about the kinds of expectations to set? It's one thing to have too high expectations about your abilities. It's another thing to have too high expectations about your opportunity. You know? Maybe you can make some game, whatever game you want to make, but maybe you don't have the opportunity to make that game. That's really hard, I think, to have insight on before you've started making something. And it's very easy for people on the outside to look at a project and say, oh, like this guy didn't do this, so he's bad dev. Because everyone wants it to be straightforward and certain what they're supposed to do and how to avoid mistakes. Everybody wants to feel that way. But like, you don't know what kind of mistakes you can make until you start making them. And if you haven't made the mistakes before, then the only reason you even know that they're mistakes is because somebody else told you about the time they made mistakes. So you're really just working on hearsay. Like, you don't have the skill set to even recognize them, let alone avoid them. So for me, that little story I gave about like the fact that I started my game on the left-hand side of the world. I mean, if you're a junior dev, you never made a game before, and you don't know that you're making a Metroidvania, like how are you going to avoid that? Like, what? If it's just arbitrarily a thing that you set, like, you know, it's going to happen. You're going to run into it. Oh, you can't see that. That's what I did wrong. I was wondering why that wasn't working. It's that this needs to be more like this. And this needs to go up like this. Now the posture's not quite right. I think I wanted him to turn more. So if he's going to turn more, it needs to be a little bit more. That, maybe bring this back a little. I mean, I can even see what I did wrong. Too big. Somehow that's better. I don't know what I did right. All right. I think we could afford to pull the jacket across a little more. As long as we don't lose the form. Abyssus says, I think so many people are afraid of mistakes because a lot of staff in big companies don't contribute a lot, and most of the time is just filling a seat and trying to not get fired. The other side of it is creating an illusion of competence to make your studio much more attractive to investors. Yeah, I think it's that people who don't know very much. I mean, it's about cost, the cost of a mistake, and whether a mistake can be accounted for. I think is another big one. So like if you, and also even just branding something as a mistake, you know, it's like the creative process is full of discovering. And discovering is not really ever a mistake if you look at it that way. Like if you learn something, you learn something. That's great. Calling it a mistake or an error when you have an assumption that doesn't come true. You know, like in science, that's just like a hypothesis that was disproven. But people have this feeling where they should know what they're doing, and that knowing what you're doing involves having the answers without needing to find them. It's like we don't need to discover how this works because we already know how it works. So we know that we're not going to waste any time or money doing it this way because we can guarantee that every time, all the time we spend is going to go where we want it to go. But discovery is different. Discovery as a process, like search, requires an unknown amount of time when you do it. That's the point of, otherwise you wouldn't be searching. And creative enterprises are search. When you do something creative, you're engaging in search. So I think the problem is that people don't have a lot of tolerance for creativity. If they're not familiar with it, if they're not used to it. And that trusting someone who is a creative to make something creative and have it be profitable, that almost requires them to be even more confident, because their brand is that they don't know, but that they'll find out as they go. Trusting someone to do that, I think, is hard. If we do things that we already know how to do, that's, whatever, that's following the plan. But if you build a career out of doing stuff that hasn't been done before, that's hard. So you kind of have to have shit figured out, or at least look like you do, to trust people, to have people trust you with their money and stuff. The problem is that, unfortunately, we're humans, and having your confidence get impacted by your process is, I think, pretty natural. Because you want to please people. You want to set expectations, and you want those expectations to be met. You want to be able to meet them, I should say. So the fear that, oh no, maybe I'm not going to meet expectations, I think that's quite normal. It feels right. Otherwise, if that's not normal, I'm very abnormal, because I worry about not meeting people's expectations a lot. And I think the thing that hurts people in general around this topic, outside of creativity and game development, is that there are people out there who will tell you that they know the answers to everything. They will tell you that they have everything figured out, because that's what you want to hear. They'll tell you it's easy and that they're great and that they'll solve it, or they know the answers. And that's not always true, even if it's really, really nice to think about. And sometimes, that impulse it's predatory, that it preys on it's like a naivety, you have to be naive to think that other people, that it must be so easy for some people, even if it's really, really hard for most people. We want to believe there are people who just have everything figured out and can just do whatever super easily because they're just geniuses. And we don't have to worry about how things are going to work and how they're going to pan out, because the geniuses are here, they'll figure it out. I used to think that way. I used to think that there were other people out there who are, and there might be, there might be absolute geniuses out there who can do everything way better than me, and that I'm crap because I can't do things as good as they can. And I'll never be them because they're just genetically better or whatever. It's just they're just smarter and better and whatever. But if you assume that's the case, then you'll never actually try, And you'll be susceptible to the people who aren't that, but who will tell you that they are. And yeah, it's typically the case that the people who are really actually exceptional don't usually brand themselves as it. Even Magnus Carlsen, best chess player in the world, he kind of thinks of himself as an idiot a lot of the time. He's like, oh, I'm so dumb. I made really bad mistakes. And, making mistakes, I think, is something that great people do a lot. And they know that they do it a lot. And in fact, they can see that they're doing it better than other people can see it. That's the really sad thing, right? Is that if you're actually a genius, you can see your mistakes better than anybody else can. So you don't make, you might make fewer on average, but you might notice more. This shot that I'm doing right now is an homage to something. Do you know what it is? Can you tell? Does it remind anybody of a specific game? And if so, is it obvious? Weak Game Fu. Very popular video game franchise title screen. Have I finished the dungeons? Hey Toasted. They're pretty far along, yeah. Doesn't look like Minecraft to me.
This isn't Minecraft.
What the hell am I trying to do here? I think I'm right. It's not Elden Ring, it's not Minecraft. It's Japanese. The sword and the arm kind of need to be It is. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, it's Kingdom Hearts. No, the blue and the blue isn't a real color. This is a draft for an animation frame. I'm just taking a long time to get it right. It's not going to be blue. Ugh. I really hate what I've done with this. Maybe no mouth? Maybe this should go out. I think this line's no good. Maybe a bit more to this way. Could even pivot the foot a little bit more. Hello. How you doing? Yeah, I won't be long. Wrapping up soon. Do you want to start getting ready? You don't want to go? Or what do you feel like? Tell me. It's okay. I'm happy to go. I feel good. Yeah. This has gone a bit weird because I've removed the perspective on the knee. In fact, I need to make a choice now. If the knee is forward... Hey, Elzak. It was okay. Yeah, not bad. I found myself like a little tired. Probably didn't enjoy it as much as I would have liked. Mostly because I feel like something's kind of happened recently where like I've become a little bit of like a poster child for like grant applications for games in the state that I live in. And so people, because there's a grant coming up, lots of people are asking me like for advice and stuff on how to apply. And so a lot of the conversations I was having at that event last night were like less about like what I'm making or like even what they're like it's a lot of me sort of like being interviewed about by people rather than just like talking in a more casual way. There's a lot of pressure at the moment inside of the local industry for people to kind of get their stuff together professionally and like begin taking steps towards like making stuff happen. There's a lot of hobbyists, but like collectively I feel like everyone's kind of decided, okay, we're going to take it seriously now, we're going to make businesses here. There's some funding has just in the last couple of years our state has started to dedicate more funding opportunities for game development, so there's like a lot of pressure for us to show that we deserve more of it, like not just what is there, but like in the next 5 years, like let's create more growth, so in general I feel like that's it's just like a sentiment that's going around that I feel, especially because I'm in the middle of my game's growth period. So I just feel like that process is it's just like, I don't know, it's sort of puts me in a position where I don't have like a lot of opportunities to sort of just fade into the background quite as much as I used to, which is such a dumb problem to have. But, you know, I used to go to these events for the purpose of like, they're super grassroots, you know. I used to go just to sort of like see what games were being made and like show mine off maybe and get some feedback. And it was very like casual. Whereas like now it kind of feels like a little bit like I'm like a mini celebrity in that space, and I have to like, the thing is, I like talking to people about their projects. It's not that I don't like doing it. It's just that like now it's kind of like almost a responsibility that I have, you know? So like the vibes changed a little bit for me. I'm not trying to complain. In fact, I know that a lot of the people who were there yesterday probably watched the stream. So if that's you, like, please don't hesitate to reach out to me about your grant and stuff like that. Like, it's awesome. I want to help people. It's just a small thing from like an emotional perspective, I guess, that like I don't have as much of a I don't know. It's just different now. I gotta get this neck right, man. I gotta get it right. And it's something that I've actually considered, like, I wonder if I'll feel any of this same feeling at GDC. I know GDC is like massive, and I'm just like maybe I'll be the small fish in the big pond again. But like, I wonder. Hey, Jam. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, do I feel less a part of it? Yeah, I do. I do feel a little bit less a part of it. It's weird because in a way I'm like more a part of it, but I feel less a part of it because I don't know. It just is something about it that's like, do you know what it is? I think I know what it is. It's almost like I'm representing Adam C. Eunice, the brand, a little bit. a little bit more than like Adam. That's just about right, I think. Okay, that's done. Do I make him slightly more solid? It's okay. Maybe this should be a lot lower. Maybe I was right the first time. Because of the angle. It should be way lower, hey. This could be up higher. Ah, that helps. But it should also be facing down. And then we can come up and around. Not so much ruffling. All right, that'll do. Move on, move on, move on. Yeah. But, you know, I can't complain. It's what I wanted. You know, I'm sort of getting the thing that I asked for. So I can't be like, oh no. me fix that right now. Hang on. I just did something and I looked at it from a different perspective and I saw immediately I wanted to change it. Immediately better. Yeah, that's it. Wow. Okay, pals, I gotta go. I got dinner plans. Oh, Elzak, you haven't heard like any of the game's new music? Wait. Wait. You haven't heard any of the music? My guy, let me, please allow me. Anyway. Pretty good, huh? There's other themes too that are really, really nice. But I don't want to spoil too much. This game's... I love my game. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Have you seen any of the boss fight stuff? Have I shown you any of this? Check this out. You might have seen it today or whatever. Oh, this has got music in it. This is added today, recently. Hang on. This is still work in progress though, this music. That's what we got so far. It does look cooler, doesn't it? With the abilities. All right. There's more to it. There'll be more. But that's where we're at so far. The bookshelves. They're old. They've actually been there since 2017. But I might give them a facelift and I might make it a little more interesting, that fight. Have a couple of different abilities in there. Right now, you don't have any reason to use that charge attack except to catch her. But I might use it. I might make platforms out of the bookshelves that you have to like platform up to her. Maybe even make more vertical height in the level. Anyway, that's the stream, pals. I'll leave you with that. There'll be a trailer soon. We'll have a Steam page up in the next couple of weeks. So I'm excited. I hope you're excited. For those of you on Twitch, check out my YouTube channel. Whoop, that's not it. YouTube channel. For those on YouTube, you can check me out on patreon.com/AdamCUnis if you're interested. /AdamCUnis. And same thing for you on Twitch. I gotta go. No raids today. Thanks everyone for checking out the stream. I'll see you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.